Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Roulette Live with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we will, as we've done in the past, we will aim for about 10 mental roulettes at least. If we're done with that earlier, then we'll probably do a bit more. If we don't hit it, then I don't know if we'll do a little bit more. The big problem is that this is the first mental roulette set of this mock tome event. And what might happen is that we will be in Praetorium like 8 times. Or maybe we go to Tower Paradigm's Breach. Thank you so much for the super chat, Mizunagi. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tower Paradigm's Breach. I feel like there's like some sort of subliminal message being sent to me here. I'm not 100% sure. I think there's something. I think there's something here. That's it. Hey Taldemar. Hey Zaf. Hey Seros. Hey Mizunagi. Hey Liv. Hey Ross. Hey Aerodel. Hey Agent Monica. Hey Ilya. Hey Tabi. Hey Yamat. Hey Naomi. Hey Snilan, hey Kat, and hey Vince. Hope you're all doing very well. Right. So, as usual, we spin the wheel. Whoops. And see what we're playing. And then we queue. Paladin, man. Hey Barry, hope you're doing well. What my favorite dungeon is. If I should just pick one, I think I would pick Amarot. Also, hey Raging Bull, and Swim Nerd, and Freezy, hope you're doing well. And good to have you, Swim Nerd. Right, I will queue when it says 15 there. Favorite dungeon music? That's probably also Amarot. What I am? Do you always get the support rules? I don't know. Here's a funny story, Taldemar. I remember, like, back in, like, Endwalker or something, that I used that Wheel of Wheel of Names, and I got the experience that it felt like the randomization of it was not very good. To the point where I started using other randomization and just, like, had a list that the numbers are, like, associated with. But that was really awkward to maintain, so like this is easier. And then it might be poorly randomized. Oh, Origenics. It might not be, but we'll just deal with that. Say Freya, hope you're doing well, and I'm glad to hear that. I hope you're enjoying your time with Men's Roulette as well. I forgot to shorten names. Thank you. Oh, the dancer knows me. Awesome. Hey, Faust. And Daniel. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Faust. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah, this is one of the awkward pulls. There straight up isn't any way to move forward, as I recall. Hey, Catfish Jr. Hope you're doing well. That is interesting. That 14 would run better on Linux. I'll say crab cake. Hope you're doing well. Nay, Red Master and Bronzom. Hope you're doing well as well. Did we lose the machinist? Oh, the main reason why I'm surprised, Freezy, is because Final Fantasy XIV is particularly sensitive about a lot of things. And that, like, it doesn't have any sort of native support as far as I know. So I would imagine that everything is playing against Linux. But hey, if it works better, that's awesome. Like that's at the end of the day, that's what matters, right? Hey, Midichlorian, hope you're doing well. Wait a minute, this is Praetorium. Yeah, you're right. That's weird. That's weird. Not only were you promised Praetorium, I was promised Praetorium. What's going on here? What's happening? Freezy took the Praetorium. Get down, Mr. President! It is funny with bosses like this where it doesn't really matter where you face them, and then both of your DPS are not melee DPS, so it's just like, I guess I'll just put them like this. Hey Philo, hope you're doing well. And then we sprint towards the wall, because this. It is funny how the coordination of using your sprint before combat is made more complicated by the enemies running at you rather than you getting to run at them. My best advice on that, if anyone's actually curious about that, is like, if you sprint an extra few seconds too soon, that's okay, because if you do it too late, then you'll only get 10 seconds of sprint. So you could technically sprint 10 seconds too late, just to be sure you get it early. Hey Joshua, hope you're doing well. And that's correct, Catfish Jr. They use a lot of the same, I think it's like skeletons or something like that. Like, they use the same, like, the pre-built animations are there. And they do that a lot. I think, for the most part, if it doesn't look jarring, then it's more like, almost like a funny Easter egg. Like them randomly, it almost like them just making like a reference right there in disguise. Sometimes it also gets really weird when it's like, once you see it, it's hard to unsee it. Like the fact that Omega uses a Nyx body. Midichlorian, that is sometimes true. That is sometimes true. Other times, it's well, how should I say it? It is partly true, but it is also not a thing exclusive to Dawntrail. Like some of the, for instance, crafted sets from Shadowbringers was Void Arc gear. Just a random example off the top of my head. Sometimes we forget that when we're getting a little too caught up in Dawntrail doesn't do anything right. It's like, for some of us, part of the reason why we start noticing is because in Shadowbringers, we weren't far enough to notice this. In Endwalker, we hadn't like gotten too well acquainted with 14 to realize this. And then in Dawntrail, we notice all of it because now we see it. Like, a lot of the things that people complain about Dawntrail are things that were already technically problems before Dawntrail. It's just that now more people have reached that point. I'm not saying that that makes it not a problem, but rather saying that it's like, basically, I want you to say that's a Final Fantasy XIV problem, not it's a Dawntrail problem. That's what I'm aiming for. It's still a problem. But I'm basically just saying, don't blame Dawntrail for something that its predecessors are actually to blame for. And yeah, as I said, as long as it is done in a... I don't know if the word is a tasteful way, but you know, a way where it doesn't seem ridiculous, then they're straight up just saving time. Like, they're just saving time so they can spend that energy on something else. All the extreme mounts are just reskins of each other, aren't they? Yeah, pretty much. And you know which expansion set that precedent, Snillen? You know which expansion did that first? Hey Jojo Mojo, hope you're doing well. It's been a bit, hasn't it? Also, hey Asymmetricon and Rithian, hope you're doing well as well. And that's correct, Snillen. A Realm Reborn did it. So it's like, that's just a game thing. Like that's just how the game works. Also, that's silly. The classic Pokemon example is all the new Pokemon are completely boring. Back in my day when I was little, the Pokemon were way more unique and interesting than like Smash cut to a ball with magnets, actually straight up a duck, but it has a headache. Straight up just a bird, just like a sparrow, and so on. Like, you know what I mean? No, Dark Phoenix. That was not it. It was just more that we were going a little bit in on the topic of. Let me just get them in. No, wait. There's a ranged one. Get stunned, Lamau. We were talking about the fact that Final Fantasy XIV reuses a lot of assets, and then like Snillen mentioned the fact that one of the kinds of things where they do that a lot is in the context of mounts. Like extreme mounts are like 7 times almost the same thing. I would say actually the wings from Dawntrail, while they're all straight up wings, each pair of wings have some unique features that makes it like it feels like there's more to it than just, well, there's wings in these 7 colors. Like there's a little more. I'll say Hazenel, hope you're doing well. And Gallifreyan, hope you're doing well as well. And Stingera. Here's horses that we put some paint on. Oh, whoops. It did more damage than I expected. I just needed to see it. I'm gonna dodge the next one, I think. I just specifically remembered that it was survivable by DPS. I was like, what if I just don't dodge? I'm a tank. Yeah, as I said, I think it's funny sometimes when you look at the reuse. Like, as I said, Omega is straight up a stun the turtle. The turtle is immune to stuns, I believe. It's not. Oh, what? Right, now I remember. It's immune to stuns while it is using its stomp, specifically. Observe. Invulnerable. Amy Jo and Zeke, hope you're doing well. And GL. Yeah, that's the reason, Raging Bull. It's stunnable, but not while it's doing the exact thing you would stun it for. But it can be slept. Yeah, there are, I think, like, one of my favorite observations, as I said before, Omega being a reuse of a Nyx. But then also the final boss of Stray Burrow Deadwalk. That's straight up Hades. That's final phase Hades. Hey Fern and Erica, hope you're doing well. Sally says, I personally feel people get a bit too angry about reused assets in games. Oh yes, people get a little too up in arms over the fact that they didn't like reinvent the wheel each time, because that would have been more, quote-unquote, more effort. Shiny Pokemon are just lazy recolors? In a way. I will say there is the classic one with like MMOs, where like you start your journey and you fight like a young wolf, and then like 2 levels later you fight just a regular wolf. It's the same model, but it's like 5% bigger. And then, like 2 levels later, you fight adult wolf, question mark, or mature wolf, and it's an additional 5% bigger. And then, like, you know, like 20 levels later, you're fighting the gray mature wolf, but the original model was also gray. But now it says that it's gray, so it's somehow different. And like the thing is, again, that's like a huge amount of like reuse. But then again, if they had actually made an objectively different like wolf model, it wouldn't have changed anything. I was like, Matt, and Lexi, hope you're doing well. To your question, Matt. Also, hey Gazzle and Zayo, hope you're doing well as well. To your question, Matt. I don't know how much there is similar to a Paladin at level 70, but if you're looking for a DPS, I would say, like, no joke, like I'm genuinely serious. If you can figure out how the things work together, then Black Mage is actually a pretty easy to pick up job now. Especially at level 70. There are like deeper optimization you can do, but the basic level of playing Black Mage is relatively straightforward. So I would say that's a solid one. You could also do Summoner. Summoner's also pretty good. Depending on your preference, Monk might also be pretty solid. But ultimately, it's Black Mage for free trial, of course. Of course. Can you play Reaper in the free trial? No, you cannot. But yeah, you just, Matt, you just need to pick up Thaumaturge in Uldar, and then it'll turn into Black Mage. And at level 70, like, I'm not kidding, the basic rotation of Black Mage at level 70, like, you can boil it down to Fire 3, then cast Fire 4, 7 times, then cast Flare, optionally, cast Blizzard 3, cast Blizzard 4, cast Fire 3. And at some point, you'll get like Foul that you can use every so often, and you have a dot to manage. There's more to it than that, like you can do more with it than that, but that's the basics, that's it. It's just, like, mash Fire 4. It's very simple. Fireball the job. Yeah, exactly, Frocco. Right. Time to spin the wheel again. And another support. I will queue when it says 15 there. Yeah, for some reason YouTube defaults to top chat, but you should really just switch to live chat once you're in a stream. Say, hey, hope you're doing well. I have done that too, Like you get a little too caught up in the Fire 4 source and you're like, oh, whoops, that was 7. I needed to use Paradox, but that's level 90. Never reap. But yeah, if it doesn't show up in top chat, it will not show up in my overlay. There's nothing I can do about that. And that's also true, Freezy. It was just more the general observation that the basic rotation is simple. You do have triple cast at 70, so it's not too bad. This is what I call the defensive cooldown request. I don't know if the tank did it because of my action, or rather inaction, but you notice how then when they drop below like 30%, they suddenly used Sheltron, and when they drop down again, they used Sentinel. But they didn't use anything before that. Hey, Caitlin! Hope you're doing well. The funny thing about these tornadoes is that they don't actually do that much damage. The problem is that if your healer is stuck in free fall, right when someone needs healing, like this, that can be a problem. Zip says I've never seen this dungeon before. Is it not required for Heavensward relics? But to be fair, I have included this dungeon in a video about dungeons you forgot existed. Or never knew existed even. So, Bird! Hey, Cass. Hope you're doing well. It's not required for Heavensward relics. Oh, okay. The reason why I brought that up is because I do believe Zip has a mostly finished or fully finished Heavensward relic, so it would surprise me if it was required and he had never done it. Hey, Paul. Hope you're doing well. Where bird? Looks like it's over there. The funniest thing about it is that the story goes that in Heavensward, for a long time, this dungeon was basically inescapable. So like Heavensward gamers call it always reap. And also to your point, Brontom, that is also pretty funny. Because even in WoW, some of the active mitigation, as it is called, is proactive. Even in dungeons. Because it's like, it's straight up designed to be proactive. Oh boy, this is gonna be hard. I'm pretty sure we actually got, like, we could have skipped one of those B packs. I'm going to guess that our tank is going to die in this pull. Yep, that was a sting. That was a sting. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. The thing is, if I rest them, they'll just die again. I think I might be dead. I can't stop to heal. Crap. Are they getting off multiple final stings? That is a good question. We technically didn't wipe. We didn't wipe. We didn't wipe. Like, technically we didn't wipe. Yeah, final sting. In this case, it's not final for them, it's final for you. Yoink. Plant. And yoink and plant. Such a silly mechanic. Oh no! My only weakness, them moving my totems out of my circle. I should really have to stabilize or made those totems heavier. Oh no. Anything but that. The animation of holding it over your head? Yes, absolutely. It's very effective. Most things you can just do that. You just need to make sure the item has like a flat bottom, and then you can just do that. Link core. Yeah. One day they'll have us carry an urn like that. And then throw it. Tank LB. I mean... I'll see if I can catch our tank about that at the end of the dungeon. That might also give us an opportunity to see if they do it again on the final boss. I forgot my copy in the previous boss room. Mesos, I sure hope no one on your team noticed. I have a feeling they didn't. Maybe the bot did. Like a huge maybe. Because the Reaper just asked me how you become a scholar in the first place. Going out on a limb here, they probably don't know. They probably didn't notice. Oh, those kind of bots are back. Fantastic. Thank you, Zip. After a certain range, it'll just return. If you told it to stand somewhere, it'll stand there until it gets too far away, and then it despawns. Whoops. Hey, Kraken Mo! Hope you're doing well. Yeah, indeed, Naomi. It has been a while with those. I guess they didn't see my message. Yeah, it seems like our tank did not want a tip about limit break. Or they didn't see it anyway. I guess so, Gazel, but if they meant that, they probably would have said, how did you become a scholar? Because then it would have the implied inflection of, how did you become a scholar? Whereas, how do you become a scholar? Sounds more like a legit question. Twink. It's guild test time or something. Are you ready? I don't mind, Fern. But if I don't accept it, it's not anything against you. It's more that if you like, just check this out. I guess I'll have to accept first before I can show you. A lot of friends, and this, you see the group there? That's the amount. These are the people that I at least initially added in the context of like a stream, for instance. Like it's the cultist marker. So if I don't accept a friend request, it's probably because I don't have space. I'm ready for 12-minute under the armor queue. Oh boy. But yeah, I don't mind. I will queue when it says 10. Yeah, I really don't know, Brontom, about the bots. I'm guessing it's supposed to be some sort of weird cross-pollination thing, but it's just like, if it was entirely like well-meaning, why is it that they use like various wacky names and like add Z's to their words to like possibly dodge like word filters and stuff? Why don't they just like, why are they not like, if it's entirely well-meaning, why are they not just upfront about it? And if they get blocked by a word filter, then they just move on. Or better idea, how about you ask before you start doing that, right? Like, how about you just ask? Wouldn't that be amazing? I'll say Cantor-san, hope you're doing well. Sarah says those spots were aggressive in one of the Grinding Gears Final Fantasy streams. Sometimes they've been pretty crazy in my streams too. I think there was a Palace of the Dead one where we had like 5 of them. It's just weird. I didn't even reach the average wait time of 5 minutes before it made it 8 minutes. Now, will I land in a duty where my rotation involves Fire 4 or not? Yeah, Zip does that. Bromtom says, I streamed to no one and got them. Yeah, that's extra weird. I remember back when I was streaming for, well, a much smaller audience for starters, that that was when I turned off the ability for chatters to post links, because there would be like bots posting links. It's all sorts of stuff. Just by removing that ability, that disappeared, and it occasionally comes up that someone is prevented from posting a link if they wanted to, but then usually we just direct them to the Discord, and then it sort of works out. It's also, I would also say it's almost better that way, because if you post the link in the Discord, then the link doesn't just get shoved out from the live chat. Thank you, Erdl. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter that much. Oh, Trial, did you finally snipe me? Did you finally get me? Good policy to never have links in YouTube anyway. Yeah, pretty much. Are you actually required to have all guild heads unlocked and also access mental roulette? Not only are you required to have them unlocked, you have to beat each one at least once. At least once. It's normal. It's normal. It's just normal. Hey Thomas, hope you're doing well. I have a feeling I'm going to get memed by him becoming untargetable during my ley lines. Uh-oh. That's hilarious. Just run. The black mage is not gonna move. They're standing in the ley lines. Hey, on the cut. And Obazad. And Popular Monster. Hope you're doing well. I think it's been a while with you, Popular Monster, hasn't it? Hope you're doing well. That's amazing. I mean, they would have had to move eventually. It's just funny how well it worked. Like, I just stood my ground like, well, it wouldn't make sense for me to move. I'm in the middle. You both have to move. Hey, Seraph. Hope you're doing well. No worries, Popular Monster. Yep, that's exactly right, Nijio. Oh, right. Imagine if you wanted to cast Firefall, but Sephiroth said, uh-oh. Okay, I'll be nice. I'll try to be nice, but I'll just get chased down, I guess. That does apparently that is ignores knockback immunity. Good to know. That looks so jank. That looks so jank. You clearly got me there. That didn't do a lot of damage. Many fire falls were had. A lot better than a guild test, at least. You try Alt F4? Wouldn't that be funny? Just one day, just have Fire 4 bound to Alt F4. All right, let's start. Boink. Where are we going next? Samurai. Samurai. Now, this would be when, if the game really wants to troll me, it gives me like a max level duty. Because my samurai weapon, like my samurai gear is kind of meh. Kaden says, can you see me? Yes. I'll queue when it says 35. Hey Merfolk, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. That's amazing. And back in the queue right now. Alright, Talibab, enjoy your evening. What are we celebrating? Oh, every time the Wheel of Names chooses a job, it gives a little, a little clap. But we could celebrate the fact that I put down my ley lines. We had 3 people next to each other. Like 3 casters, I think. At least 3 ranged. Me in the middle. And we all got pointed at with spread markers. I didn't do anything because I was a black mage in my ley lines. And both of the other players just ran away. And I'm just saying, I was in the middle. It would have made the least sense for me to be the one moving. Even without the ley lines. But it was still hilarious because like it's the classic black mage move. Put down ley lines and then just don't do anything. Like if you see in a duty, if you hear the sound of ley lines, if you see that the black mage is in ley lines, and there's any way for you to bring the problems to them, like for instance, if you have a stack marker, they will many black mages will probably like, if you put the stack marker within reach from the ley lines, they'll probably come to it. But if it's not inside their circle, then they're not moving. And I do that too. If I see like a stack marker, but like I'm in my ley lines, I'll like move to the edge of my ley lines in the direction of the stack marker and go no further, unless I know I have to. Like if I know it's lethal otherwise, then I'll come over, but otherwise I'm staying. If it's a high level duty, I'll probably run to the edge, cast a spell, use retrace to like move my ley lines 5 inches over and then like move to the edge there. Or if it's really far away, I'll just like instant cast, run as far as I can, retrace cast again. And then hopefully that'll be enough. But yeah, if you see a black mage in ley lines, they might not, they might want to help, but they might choose that they can't. Can't, in quotes. Person said, "It's just me and this Bachman look a little different. Grew 2 extra arms." Stinger says, "I think I saw the moment of fear in your eyes." You see, the thing is, I would be fine with doing Sephiroth for an hour, if that's what it took. But it's one of those where it's like, if the party doesn't know what to do, then it's going to be rough. Hey Alice, hope you're doing well. Zav says, "I've never internalized a ley line sound." Is this when we get Praetorium or a guild test? The circle says no. Hey Necrophits, hope you're doing well. And Cleaving, hope you're doing well as well. You simply cleave that. You know, if you point something at the ley line, the Black Mage will probably move. But that won't make them more likely to join you for your stack marker. Sure, an expert roulette duty. Yes, that's what I wanted. That's exactly what I said would happen, wasn't it? I was like, yeah, my gear is kind of meh on Samurai, so it's probably going to be a max level duty just to mess with me. Lo and behold. Hey VVMD, hope you're doing well.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home. Nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
Climb the rocks! Yes! Yes! Right, Necrophits? Exactly. The thing is, it's not that bad, but it's a classic. Last time I had I drew like a job off stream that my gear isn't too amazing on. I queued in, got a max level duty, and was like, oh, that's awkward. And then after the duty, I was like, well, what are the chances I'll get another one? There's no need for me to upgrade my gear because I just won't get another one. And then I got another one. And after that duty, I was like, well, now lightning struck twice, but what are the chances that it'll do it 3 times? No need to upgrade my gear. Guess what? Hey, on Tempo Offbeat. I think it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. So here's a fun fact about this. Well, it's not even a fun fact. It's more like a practical tip. This boss will become untargetable 28 seconds into the fight. So unless your opener is like straight off the hip or like 7 seconds in, you're not gonna make it. Yeah, that is specific. It might be 27 or 28, but it's just about that long. I remembered that I have meditation a little late. Hey, my favorite guy. Hope you're doing well. Data center travel. You can only travel to data centers in your own region. Except for the OCE data center, which everyone can visit. Which means, indeed, that if you're in NA and your friend is in EU, you cannot play together. Unless you both go to OCE. And yeah, thank you, Aradel. You can share the video. I have a short on how data center travel works. But that's, of course, how it works, as opposed to... I don't remember if I included its limitations. Thank you, Erdel. Naham, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that would probably be the easiest solution, my favorite guy. That suddenly went sideways. Any advice on freestyle samurai when there are no raid buffs? If there are no raid... Oh, the healer got disconnected.
The access hatch and head inside.
My best advice there, Gazel, is, as you probably saw from me here, I pretty much just try my best to make sure he can Banus on the enemy without, like, losing too much value. But, aside from that, just make sure you use your cooldowns. If there are no raid buffs, then it doesn't really matter. Just make sure Higanbana is used. Like, view it almost like a 1-minute cooldown. Like, you need to make sure it's running on your target. But, the rest can go out whenever you feel like it. It really doesn't matter. It might be easier to, like, follow the same rotation you normally would. Like, just while we're on the topic. Like, it's probably easier to just play the way that you've already learned. Because, like, freestyling is not necessarily stronger when there are, like, no raid buffs. So if you've already mastered a more, like, strict rotation, probably just keep doing that. Does Higanbana take when that boss goes away? Don't know. Some bosses, the answer is no. So some bosses, the answer is yes. For instance, M7S, as far as I know, boss takes 0 damage from dots in the phase transitions. M3S, on the other hand, can die from dots during the Harden Rage. Which means that the dots are still ticking during the Harden Rage. So, basically, it's like so many other things with bosses, where it's like, maybe? Maybe. Hey, Bondi and Loveless, hope you're doing well.
So, you have come. Let us measure your strength.
What's insane? That the boss can die during the Hardened Rage? It is pretty funny. I'm like I can't remember if my raid team had it happen. I can't remember, but I know that it has happened. The cone shuffle. I'm good as well, Loveless. It's actually surprising that we haven't seen an MSQ roulette yet. I should have used Tengensu there. As far as I know, that's the only instance of bosses taking dot damage while untargetable. I don't know. There might be a lot of other cases where it just doesn't matter, so we don't know. If you know what I mean? Like random dungeon bosses, like this one. Like the first boss in this dungeon is a pretty good example of, well, whether it does or does not take dot damage is kind of whatever, right? So why would we care to look into it? Doesn't really matter.
That was hardly a challenge, I see.
Stingero says, recently saw Clear of Tea where Perfect Alexander died to dots after everybody already entered time prisons. Well, there you go. There's another example. Jose Islet and Buvomet. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while, hasn't it, Buvomet? A lot of returners. I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Jose Island. Oh, this is getting a little wild. Oh dear. And that's a fair counterpoint, Bondi. I guess that's like one of the cases where it's like, I guess similar situation, but not the same. Jose Milo, hope you're doing well. Tempo says I enjoy streams a lot. They're just during my work day. Yeah, I get that. Not that much I can do. I imagine if I streamed at a time where, like, for instance, most of the US would be home from work, then I would be streaming, like, close to midnight. Hey, Johnny. Hope you're doing well. Oh, right. White mage. Meh. What did the tank
You
do?
are in trouble, Dust.
They did the for the first AoE pull here at the end, they pulled them back all the way up the stairs to the door. When we could have just fought them there and done the run afterwards. It got very chaotic. But I'm just saying, the tank is watching the cutscene. Or at least they had to manually click out of it, which is sometimes a sign that they might be a first timer. I didn't check when the duty started.
How will you handle this?
And if that's the case, then I have kind of brought this up before, that an advantage of doing like full, like all-in wall-to-wall pulls is that that it doesn't matter
Introduce more weaponry.
whether a whether like the duty has weird positions or something for the packs, because you'll always find them. Like if they're weirdly positioned far up, you'll know. Like you'll find it. Oh, I should not have done it like that. That's a little wasteful. And I was, whoops, late with my Tengensu as well.
Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability.
Oh, he wants to, right, of course, invuln, and that makes a lot more
Still
sense.
alive. How unfortunate. For you to die here. it would
Just to be
save you
clear,
trouble
Freezy, we were
later.
talking about the pull where, like, this first pull is just down this, like, just next to a staircase. Like, you're not saving mitigation. Because, like, the damage you're avoiding is damage you're taking while moving the pack you already pulled. Like, you already pulled them. There's no more mobs. Like, you would save more mitigation by just fighting the mobs right there, because you're not pursuing more mobs. We're not talking about the Road River bit. We're talking about the one, the other one. I don't. Oh, you can still take it. Fair enough. Then we keep going.
Understand how you were able to defeat Queen Eternal.
You still have sprint. You can use it for longer. True. But for what? For what purpose? Most of the mobs in that pull are ranged. So again, you're not taking that much less damage. That's why they have guns and are turrets with legs. Oh boy. Yeah, that now it is over. Dodge! Ow. Plan your LB2 usage. I was actually thinking of using LB2. But then the tank died. I was like, well, no need now. Surprised the paladin didn't heal themselves. To be fair, they had like 4 Vuln stacks. So like, they were probably getting gradually overwhelmed. That's
This
true,
machine
Freezy.
has long
That is
guarded
true.
These crumbling halls.
That is true.
How will you handle this?
But it does precisely come with a problem that
Let us introduce
attacking
more
things
weapons.
on the move isn't always easy. Not even for jobs that are fully mobile. So by just taking that same time to like bundle up the mobs nicely so that everyone can cleave properly, you might kill the pack faster. But I will say, just
Let us see what
overall,
this yields.
let's be honest here. Whether you choose to do it the one way or the other, you're probably it's probably coming down to seconds. Like it's probably going to come down to seconds of difference in the actual clear speed. So like that's why I'm like my reaction to the paladin pulling like that was, oh, they do it like that, and then we just followed along, right? Not me being mad or anything. It's just, oh, fair enough then.
Still alive. How unfortunate.
My father and I have this little joke between us that we'll ask about some like completely innocuous whatever thing, and then when the other person answers, we'll be like, oh, so you're one of those types, huh? As if it's some sort of actually relevant decision to make. Like, that's what you're into, huh? Fair enough. Sure. No, go ahead. Do it. Be like that. Guess what time it is? It's big sword time! Doink, 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 doink. Oh, thanks. I'll say, Kyonte, hope you're doing well. That went well. Sort of. Freezes, but I think if you really wanted to speedrun it, then you'd do it on the move. If you were to specifically speedrun it, then you would do whatever it takes for your DPS to do maximum damage. I don't know that particular pull well enough to determine whether it is so hard to bundle them up that you'd rather just stand your ground right there. But I could imagine if your party composition consisted of, I don't know, 2 Pictomancers and a Viper, which is a surprisingly common speedrun comp, and then a tank, right? Probably a warrior or paladin. Then your DPS would probably be pretty okay with if the tank was like slowly moving, like moonwalking up the stairs so that the Pictomancers can like get their burst out the way if they're using that there. And if not, they can, you know, just fire and red, take a step forward, air and green, take a step forward, water and blue, take a step forward. While the Viper can easily cleave everything. Like, basically, by the Paladin, for instance, just, you know, pulling up like this, they basically bundle up the pack while not moving too fast that it would be a problem. And if they make it to the wall before the pack is over, then it didn't matter that they went kind of slow. I don't know how they would actually do it, because I haven't seen, like, footage of such a speed run. But like, if you're trying to speed run it, you do whatever's optimal. And arguably, breakneck, like, mad rush up the stairs to get to the door is probably not optimal, because it means the tank is not attacking very much. So if there's any way to make sure everyone is attacking, that would probably be the way they do it, unless, like, mad dashing up the stairs is more effective. What I do know, though, is Underkeep is, like, sprint runnable in, like, 9 minutes. By the best of the best, of course. With no healers. Speaking of healer. One of the Pixmanters would probably have their gradually lines on the floor. Yeah, but so you smudge up the stairs, and then you put it down, and then, like, the tank gradually moves up the stairs. Before the tank goes out of range, you've already cast the lawn spells, and the grassy field is gone, and you can follow along. White Mage. I'll queue when it says 05. Yeah, I think, like, my really fast runs are like 12 minutes. But it is quite funny, because when I looked at those logs, I noticed that they all used an LB1, a melee LB1, to be specific. But when you look at the time and when in a dungeon you get your first limit break bar, if the duty is over in 9 minutes, you would have generated the LB1 during the final boss. So it makes sense that they would just go, well, I guess we're doing a melee LB then. Many sprouts. I don't think I need to do anything about the other dot. It's on someone who shouldn't be taking more damage. Oh, okay, they used Super Polite. I was like wondering how they took that much damage in a single frame. When you can see the holies cast in my camera. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. And Darkrin. I zoned out there for a moment. Does one of my raid buddies like to do 1 tank D 3 DPS roulette sometimes? Yeah, that can work. Definitely. Yeah. Oh boy. Hey, Gilland up. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Mr. Bright. Hope you're doing well as well. Learned not to touch chests in this dungeon. Well, see, the thing is, Steve, these treasure coffer mobs drop the item that you need to progress. So you need to pull them. Like, we're not going out of our way to get them because, oh, loot. We're doing it because that's the way that you progress this objective. Unlike, I think it's Lost City of Amdapur, where there is like randomly mimic chests, and those mimics are entirely optional. Hey Freelon, hope you're doing well. To your question, Gilanda, people use a third-party tool to do these logging things. For your own sake, I guess it is worth me mentioning that the official stance of the game is that third-party tools like that are technically not allowed. But, so do it at your own risk. But I can say a lot of people do it at their own risk. But it is not something you can do with the base game features. Yeah, there's unfortunately not anything in game. Rodro. Oh, just in time. Is AZT still the go-to? Yes. Freelancers, it would be nice to having first-party support for logging. Things like that in general would be nice, yeah. Like it briefly makes me think of. It hasn't come out yet, but there's this possibly upcoming game, and possibly because you never know. Maybe it actually never releases, right? But this game called Fellowship, which is basically like a World of Warcraft's Mythic Plus, but just as straight up a game. Like just that as the game, roughly speaking. And they have a DPS meter just in the game. Because of course. For some reason I clicked res when I meant to benediction. Matthias says, I was about to say, WoW has DPS meters and isn't cheating. Yeah, see, the thing is, Matthias, World of Warcraft does not have a stance saying that third-party tools are against the rules. But the DPS meters in WoW are third-party. So, basically, the DPS meters in Final Fantasy XIV are third-party, and third-party tools are banned, officially. The DPS meters in World of Warcraft are third-party, but third-party tools are not banned in World of Warcraft. So that's the reason. Although I have heard that retail WoW is in the works of a little bit of a battle with the add-ons, you could say. And they will try to phase out combat add-ons as a thing. And they will, of course, provide an in-house DPS meter, you could say. But that's because they recognize, just like with Fellowship, that these kind of games kind of need a DPS meter to be fun for people a lot of the time. I mean, the long story short is that Final Fantasy XIV's relationship with third-party tools is weird. It's like that. That's the best way to put it. It's straight up weird. But I do not want it to be known that it was my fault for not properly warning someone when mentioning that they exist. This fight is really chaotic sometimes. Yeah, something like that, Freelon. Something like that. And also what Midichlorian said is also true. That there's supposedly JP laws on this stuff. Makes it very difficult for them to allow some, but not others. So they basically just have to say no, in general. And then just... If they don't actually mean to say no, but they have to legally, then the best they can do is say no, and then just like go. And then... You're over here, I'm saying don't do that, and then I'll look over there. And as long as you don't come up over in front of me, then we'll just act like nothing's happening, right? Which is a way, quote unquote, a way to get around the possible legal problems there. But I don't know what Squeenix's actual opinion on it is. Ninja! And then I can use my new snazzy relic weapon. Well, the AR one. Pretty much, Alice. And just for the record, I don't have any third-party tools for Final Fantasy 14. I'll queue when it's when the next hour starts on that one. So 300. Thank you, Aradel. Oh yeah, see, the thing is, Steve, basically what they've started doing is newer raids are being designed in a more intuitive way so that you might not need a ton of add-ons to keep track of what's going on. And they are starting to incorporate many of the features that you'd normally need an add-on to do straight into the game. But the thing is, while you might be happy with the things they put into the game, like, by default, some guy with, like, 100 add-ons might not be satisfied because they wanted to be able to track this random thing that isn't important, and they can't anymore because, like if they make it so that combat-oriented add-ons no longer work or something. Old raids, think fast. Well, the thing is, World of Warcraft never really had much of a scene on doing old content, quote-unquote, on level, because you can't really sync old content in WoW. So it never really... like, time walking isn't really that. Oh, Wicked Thunder, fantastic.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
I goofed up my... I got confused there at the end. So I didn't quite do it right. Almost.
There is no limit to
I shouldn't have used Aeolian Edge either. The summoner knows me.
Has many uses. Watch and learn.
Ooh, look at that massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever. Amazing! The challenger saw straight through it! A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark!
Take this! If one needs
In a
wings,
shocking
one
twist,
needs
Michio,
simply
0.
She's great wings. Ha! A wickedly divine.
How's this?
Ninja and Bard. Those are like the ones that are always tough for me. Oh, whoops. Stepped in 1 second too early. And my dream has already drifted out of my burst.
Erase you.
That's awkward.
And they're done. Is it over already? Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're back on their feet. What grit?
Oh, and here we go into the finale.
How are you still standing?
Yeah, I don't know. Fantastic question. I'm just gonna send it.
I cannot. I must not lose.
It's all over. Until next time.
For instance, I really wish more raids had soft enrages or other ending mechanics. Yeah. I feel like also if a lot of them had it, it would get old. What was the blue skill on Ninja you just used at the end there? Meisui? This? How's it, Fox? Hope you're doing well. Mais sweet. Yeah, that's the thing, is that with a lot of these kinds of gimmicks is that it's really cool when they do it, so they should do it more, but if they did them more, then they would eventually become a little boring, right? Like how they introduced the idea of a savage boss with a checkpoint in Stormblood, and then they had another one, and another one. And like, because there's a lot of them, like, it suddenly became a little, like, it got a little old. Hey Getsuga, hope you're doing well. It says, are there any activities I can socialize with other players? It's a little hard because you kind of have to look for it yourself, but there's tons of ways. Some people will just go to any of the main cities to hang out and socialize with other players, but, you know, it's a little bit like you need to kind of know where, like, what to do and where to be, which means that it's a little hard to get into, but there's a lot of things. Like, just doing unusual content can also lead you to communities. Like, there are communities doing old content but synced, like old hard content synced anyways and things like that, and that is a way you can socialize with other players. You can also just, you know, join some Discord servers and things like that. Like, I have a Discord server associated with this channel, and there's a lot of people you could meet there, for instance. Yonte says, it seems like for the most part the off-tank is just blue DPS, but I could be wrong about this. I haven't done an ultimate or even a lot of savage fights yet. There are boss fights where the off-tank kind of just becomes the backup tank, and the only thing they need to do is take a tank bust every now and then. There's a lot of bosses like that, actually. And there are even bosses where it feels like the reason you have a tank is because its defensive options, like the things it can give the raid, are good. And bosses target tanks in a specific way. Like, mechanics will hit the 4 supports or the 4 DPS. So while you might not actually need 2 tanks, you don't need 3 healers, but you'd rather have an extra tank than an extra healer, but you don't want to have 5 DPS because that makes the mechanic unpredictable. Like, sometimes it could feel like that. So it's complicated. But that is how it is sometimes. Like, if a boss fight doesn't have enough for the tanks to do, then the off-tank can sometimes feel a little bit like extra DPS. Say, hey Riz, hope you're doing well. And False Geek, hope you're doing well as well. Doink. Something in the meme channel you might like to comment on. Really? Does it have to do with Warrior being able to solo something synced? Ah, yes. The single target Dotson. Hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. I will queue when it says 25. I am doing great. Thank you. False Geek says, I was doing well tonight in Leap of Faith, then I saw you there the second time in a day and immediately fell. Oh no! Hey, isn't that... Ah! Hey, Tender Valley! That's the second expert, well, max level dungeon tonight. I don't know if Origenics counts. Not much we can do. The chonky boy here is always late. Yeah, Origenics is a leveling duty. It's just that because it is level 99, you get synced but to level 100. Really? You think so, Alice? I don't know. I think I like them. I can see how some of the attacks feel like that. And there's also the part that a lot of the attacks do seem like you're attacking the enemy with basically just a hunk of metal. Or a stick. But I find it unlikely that they will change anything on, like, for instance, Fellcleave. Considering how loved that specific action is. The 1, 2, 3 is really plain? Yes. But to be... to be fair to that, and admittedly, that's something that they could work on. But the 1, 2, 3 combos have actually not been updated since The Realm Reborn. So that probably explains why. Like, the filler combos of Warrior are straight up like Time Machine to like 2014. That samurai has a death wish. Oh boy. But yeah, the thing is, Kionte, is that I guess part of the problem in Final Fantasy XIV, especially for like casual content, is that it's a little bit difficult to explain sometimes, but in a way, a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV has this strong indication that the encounters have been designed more and more and more to avoid confrontation, if that makes any sense. Like, especially in casual content, like, there's less and less things that you would be able to do that would screw over your team. And a lot of the time, the things that are done also essentially just move away combat aspects that might be considered quote-unquote advanced. Whoops. And then sometimes you get surprised by what things a developer in this case might view as quote-unquote advanced. Because a tank switch in a normal raid is really rare. Probably because it's viewed as advanced. And the reason why it would is because, well, let's put it like this. If you have a normal raid boss fight that requires a tank switch, if your tanks in your party do not know how to do that, then you're not gonna win. You might now think to yourself, and then either they learn it or we will not clear. That's fine though, right? But basically, normal difficulty content, so normal raids, normal trials, alliance raids that matter, are for the most part designed to be beaten in that one sitting. Like in that specific duty time. Like this time should be plenty to beat Tender Valley. And if you can't beat Tender Valley in that time, there's probably something wrong, or you're doing something weird. But it's a little bit like a self-fulfilling prophecy. The reason why like more casual focused tanks might not have any idea how to do a tank switch is because they've never had to know. Good night, cat. And thank you for celebrating a year and a half as part of the Cult of the Pink. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Caitlin says, I don't like confrontation. No, but you are playing a social game. So, like, basically, it's reaching a point where sometimes the game might suffer as a result of, like, essentially removing all obstacles to make sure that no one will get offended, quote unquote. That's an exaggeration. That is an exaggeration. And the thing is, it wouldn't surprise me. On the one hand, it would not surprise me if this never changes, but on the other hand, it also would not surprise me if it suddenly did change. Like, suddenly, like a hard left, like a hard turn, like just suddenly they change. Because what I've noticed, just me personally, is that even though all these obstacles have been removed over the years, the players will just find something else to complain about and be mean towards each other about. And the lower that you move the bar, like, the less things you give the players to complain about, the more petty and irrelevant things will they complain about. Like, dungeons are nowadays, at least, at a difficulty point where if you're good at the game, or just decent even, like just alright, and your party is too, then the healer will not need to cast a single healing spell for the entirety of a dungeon most of the time. They will just use OGCDs and that'll be that. You might not even need the healer to cast anything if your team is really, really good. So what happens? Players complain that the healers are not attacking enough. Once the dungeons are easy enough, we complain that we can't clear them fast enough. Because we can clear them even faster. It's like, there's no winning. There's no sweet spot. If you keep pushing down the same path, the players will just keep saying, yeah, more, 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 more. Because it's never enough. And that is, again, also an exaggeration. And indeed, also to what Snillan said, a lot of stories I hear about, like, toxicity has a tendency to circle back to people being strangely toxic towards new players or less experienced players. Because possibly, at least partly, of this perception that because the game has been made so easy, everyone should be able to do so and whatever with no problems. So when they run into a player that can't, well, it has to be because the player is stupid, right? Or worse yet, the player, like, the player couldn't possibly be they couldn't possibly be actually this bad. It has to be intentional. They're griefing. And again, also a little bit of an exaggeration. And these stories are thankfully rare. Thankfully, they're rare. Fox says healers. Why are we just green DPS? Also healers. Why do we need to heal our tanks and can't just be green DPS? Exactly. Hey Harry. Hope you're doing well. Popular Monster says it gets a bit upsetting when you're scrolling on YouTube wanting to watch Final Fantasy XIV content, but it's just people complaining about the game, which is fine. People can have their opinion. Yeah, it is a little bit like that one. We have had some topics just on this channel, just in the Discord server itself, that has been repeated to the point where we basically reached the... Yeah, we heard it. We know. We've talked about it like a dozen times. We all know. But some people never get tired of discussing certain topics. Rontum says, surprisingly, I haven't heard much complaints in a minute. The new popular thing I've noticed, at least on social media, is people posting a picture of the warning that their house will get demolished. Yeah, exactly, Ellis. And it's usually accompanied by a weirdly smug message about being happy to finally be free and things like that. I say Rumble and Maya. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, 13 minutes or so. It's pretty good. No, Alice, it's not even that. They're basically like, a lot of players have said that, like, they, like, genuinely, some players are like, I wish I could quit, but then I lose my house. So now that some of those players have finally, like, decided to, like, you know, rip the band-aid and go, okay, I'm done. They see it as, like, the final straw, the final chain holding them on to the game, that their house is getting demolished. So they're not mad that their house is getting demolished. They're smugly happy about it, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, genuinely, I'm just saying, if you want to take a break from Final Fantasy XIV, but the one thing keeping you is your house, do you need the house? Can't you just get a new one? If it's a large, I can see how it'll actually be really hard to get a new one. Freezy says, if it gets resumed, do the houses get demolished on the same day if they're unsubbed, or is there a countdown on it? Oh, the demolishing doesn't happen based on being unsubscribed. The demolishing happens if you don't actually visit your house every so often. Like, if you just have a house, but you don't use it, you don't even visit it, then they'll eventually demolish it. With a full subscription, you have to use your house, otherwise they'll demolish it. Which is why I'm a bit like, if you don't want to play the game, then why is it so important that you have a house? You're not going to use it. Let someone else have that slot. Isn't the timer like 3 months? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Is it 45 days? But it's 45 days plus if something happens in the world, like in specific regions, then auto-demolishing is temporarily stopped to give the people that live in that area a chance so that they don't, like, their house exploded or whatever. And now, shocker, they can't play for 2 months and now their house is gone. But because so much bad happens in the world, sometimes the auto-demolish is turned off for like a year. Also, hey, hey Ritsu, Stolty, and Nixitur, hope you're doing well. But yeah, you basically just have to go into your house. You just have to use that. You just have to enter it every so often, and you'll be fine. But yeah, the funny thing is that if players just let their, like, if when they didn't want to use their house anymore, if they just let it get demolished when they were done with it, then I imagine the fact that there isn't enough housing in Final Fantasy XIV on certain data centers wouldn't, or well, certain worlds on certain data centers, wouldn't be nearly as big of an issue because people would let them, like, pass on when they're done with it. And I'm just saying, I believe you get like 80% or more of your investment refunded when your house gets demolished. You just have to pick it up. LQ when it says 40. Yeah, all the items are returned to you. But yeah, basically, if people didn't, like, hoard their house like that, then there would be plenty of housing for those that are interested in having a house. And then there wouldn't be as much value. That's weird. Okay. Then there wouldn't be nearly as many problems. Oh, Fern got me. And our Black Mage knows me. Fantastic. Oh, I missed some mobs. That's bad. Whoops. That moment when you're so out of practice with the job's AoE rotation that you needed a moment to, like, wind up to remember how it's done. I needed like an extra 2 Gs at ease to be like, alright, how do we do this? Right, I need double down. Hey, Eaterhead. Hope you're doing well. And that's also, like, my personal journey with housing, you could say. Oh, whoops. My personal journey with Final Fantasy XIV housing is that I bought a house next to my first free company like a week before I quit originally. And when I came back, I didn't buy a house again. Not until I could buy a house next to the free company I was in at that point. And it was just, I just bought a small right next to my free company. And that's good enough. I didn't upgrade to a large until, like, there was a new ward that opened, the ward that my house is in now. And I decided that it made sense for me to have that because I could, like, arrange events and hang out with you at my house. Like, I had reasons to hang out in my house. That's why I got a house. Before that, didn't care. Didn't want a large. And I probably use my house more than a lot of other people that put a huge amount of stake in them having a house in Final Fantasy XIV. So, yeah, like basically, if people bought a house because they want to use it, rather than they bought a house because they can have one, then we'd probably have plenty of housing spots. But we don't. That's not how people work. You might, Sip. Maybe. Is the inventory limit still 200 in medium and large houses? No, I believe you get the... I believe it's 300 in mediums and 400 in large. He said. As if he doesn't know. Because he has a large. Weird that. Also, hey, Sunthrown. Hope you're doing well. And exactly, Sunthorn, that's the thing. If you're not enjoying the game, what does it benefit you to have a house? Like, what are you gonna do with it? I kind of agree, Kionte, and also like I can see why it's kind of a hot take. Because the thing is, part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV has limited housing is because by putting each house somewhere specific, like instead of just being like in some sort of like nebulous field of nothing, it's possible for people to find your house rather than like... I remember in Wildstar, you'd like when you bought your F for Wildstar, in that game, you could just buy a house and it was just like a rock flying out in space. So there was an infinite amount of space for housing, obviously. But the main way you interacted with it was that, if I remember correctly, you could just choose from a menu to like visit a random house. Or if you knew like the exact, like, I think it was like coordinates of an individual's house, you could just go to their house in particular. But the thing I think that kind of heavily negatively impacted housing in Final Fantasy XIV is the fact that free companies can do stuff with it. And it's not just stuff they can do with it. It's the fact that you can make money with a house. That is the big failure of Final Fantasy XIV housing, in my opinion. Jose Abdullah, hope you're doing well. FC house and player house should be separate. Yeah, that would also be a good idea. They've actually started on that, because the most recent, which was like late Endwalker, I think, wards they added, some of them were like for everyone, and some of them were for free companies only, and some of them were for individual players only. Which gave, like, whichever side needed a chance on a given on a given world, they got a little bit more of, like, a chance to be able to actually get a house. And I'm guessing on some data centers the problem is in the one direction, and for other data centers it's in a different direction. And that's probably also a right rumble. It is probably something related to sunk cost fallacy. Possibly. Shank says the Black Mage having real issues with the lines. Based on what they said at the start of the dungeon, I'm guessing this is their first time with this dungeon. And this dungeon has a lot of what I have previously referred to as mean mechanics. And for those that haven't heard me say that before, mean mechanics are kind of like... Basically... Think about a mechanic where the first time you see it, it's very likely to get you. Because you don't know how it works, and it doesn't explain itself very well. But the second time you see it... the second time you see it, it's basically free. And Mr. Bright says, does reprisal work on spread markers? It doesn't have anything to do with spread markers. It has everything to do with how the attack was performed. Which is to say, if the boss, like... casts a thing that summons a creature, and that creature summons spread markers, then it probably doesn't work. But if the spread markers originate from a spell the boss is casting, then I'm pretty sure it boils down to, you know, does the spread marker resolve when the cast is finished? Is the attack associated directly with the boss? Because it comes down to, basically, is it the boss using the attack? That's what it's about. Is the boss using the attack, and will reprisal cover it? But it's something that comes up again and again, because a lot of the time, like with other things like we talked about earlier, that, oh, whoops. Like, it came up that the Hard Enrage on Brute Bomber M3S, he can still take damage while he's untargetable, which is a rare feature. Like, most bosses are entirely invulnerable while they're untargetable. But you can't know without checking the individual. So, basically, whether reprisal works on a spread marker or not is like, maybe that one? Oh. And we do have a first time, as I said. But yeah, long story short, the whole housing situation of Final Fantasy XIV is weird. I imagine that is something we can all agree on. Jose, sleepy dog girl. Hope you're doing well. I believe this is duty 8. There's something funny about rolling Tender Valley on a tank twice. Now, it would be extremely funny if we then roll Tender Valley again with a whole different job. Oh, whoops. I got memed by the It's this one. I get messed up by that one too. The thing is, Steve, I'm just saying, I basically started part of this housing conversation by explaining that there are other MMOs that tried that. The now dead Wildstar basically had their housing be, you just buy a plot of land out in the middle of nowhere. And, I mean, their housing system was pretty amazingly involved. Like, there's a lot you could do. But, the thing is, it meant that there was, like, it was just, you know, a house out in the middle of nowhere. I liked Wildstar. It just had its issues, just like Final Fantasy XIV does. So I'm just saying, Steve, the counter argument of, but actually that game doesn't count because I didn't like it, is not very good. Being a real place in the world is kind of cope. I don't agree with that, Sleepy Dog, because they are still a, like, you don't have to visit a specific house, you visit a neighborhood. I did see the first part, except water already layered instances. I did read that, but I read out loud the second half because that was the important part to me. The fact that you feel the need to tell me to read the first part is giving me the impression that you're mad that I don't agree with you. And the fact that you're calling it cope does not lead to a very good discussion. Basically, in the real world, in very large cities, it is not entirely absurd to have, like, basically streets that can basically be called Street 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what Final Fantasy XIV has. Just instead of having literally Street 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so you have to walk all the way down to Street 30 because you live in Street 30, they just let you teleport to it. Because that's what you would do anyway. You don't walk from Gridania to Ul'dah, you just teleport. So there's no point in putting each ward literally somewhere in the game beyond just saying, well, you can teleport to it. So basically, I would say the housing system in Final Fantasy XIV has combined what sometimes happens in reality with how that would probably make more sense in a game where you teleport everywhere anyway. That's my opinion anyway. I'm not saying that the housing system in Final Fantasy XIV is perfect. As I said, some of the big problems with housing in Final Fantasy XIV are social. Someone mentioned that some players will try to get a house because of the prestige related to having a house. How do you remove that prestige? By making it possible for everyone to have a large. If there's enough large houses that everyone can have one, then it isn't special anymore. And if it's not special, then a lot of players will no longer care. So basically, hypothetically, if they doubled the amount of wards that existed today, and also, by the way, deleted workshops, just straight up deleted workshops, and the reason for that is because a lot of housing is being eaten up by basically FCs only there to make money. They don't care about the house. But if workshops didn't exist, these kind of houses would no longer have any value. They doubled the amount of housing in the game and removed workshops. That would be an unfortunate loss. There are some things that cannot be obtained without workshops, but they could be reintroduced somewhere else. Then we would basically see a massive decline in people interested in having housing for the sake of cash, and then we would have way too many houses to do anything with. And make workshops separate from owning a house. That's also an option. Sleepy Dog Girl says reality doesn't have City 1, Street 1, House 1, and City 2, Street 1, House 1 in the same physical place. I feel like you missed half of what I said. Have you never seen the pictures of those kinds of streets where it's just copy-paste every road? Just ding, 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 ding. That is reality. So, like, no, they don't do it in the physically same place, but this is a video game. I'm telling you, if reality offered the opportunity to do that, then we would. Absolutely would have that. If you could have two houses in the same physical location, we would. And Final Fantasy XIV basically solved that by saying, but we can, and then did. Ritsu says they'd be forced to actually do something with it, like decorate or hold player events to justify spending the guild. Yes. But yeah, genuinely, it would be as easy as that to make people stop hoarding housing in Final Fantasy XIV, is if there was such an abundance of houses that everyone could have one, even a large, then the amount of prestige inherent in having a large or a house at all would completely disappear. Mr. Bright says, I used to live in a neighborhood that was legit named insert X, and the other two neighborhoods near me were called West X and South X. If everyone had a house, there would be a reason to be a craft after the first 4 weeks of an expansion. You do know that food and potion consumables exist, and crafted gear is a regularly consumed gear catch-up system that casual players use widely. Anyway, back on track. With Reaper. Jose Tangle Rat, hope you're doing well. I will queue when it says 40. Hey, Knightly Valor, hope you're doing well. It's been alright. We haven't had any guild tests yet, and we haven't had any obscure roulette, weirdly. Did I jinx it? Well, we'll see about that, Banana. Maybe. Yes! You know what's particularly obnoxious about this one? The fact, like, one of them becomes invulnerable, but it's invulnerable just long enough that if you hold the damage, but the rest of your team doesn't, then typically they will all, they will respawn as the last guy can be killed. But if you actually hold the damage, it's way easier. My god! Now this is content! The thing that I find the most obnoxious about that is if they just put a timer on the invuln. All they had to do was put a timer on it. Double maiming. I will queue when it says 35. Freelance says, what is that guild test even trying to teach anyway? That is a fantastic question. I guess pay attention to the fact, oh, Shadow and Claw, that sometimes an enemy will be invulnerable and it might actually be better to just hold on. Oh, Fern is here again. That it might be better to just hold the damage for a sec. But I don't know if that's what they're trying to teach. Supposedly that, like, I've heard legends. Oh, I actually missed. Because that's level 37, so you can miss. I've heard legends that if those 5 ward-up guys survive for long enough, they'll eventually summon a bigger guy. But it is a little bit funny that if you hit the invulnerable, or if you hit the invulnerable one, the NPC will be like, look, it's not working. Uh-oh. But there's like, if you kill the other ones, you're like, oh, you have to quickly kill all of them now. It's like... like, the NPC dialogue itself gives the impression that there's a correct answer. But there isn't. It's not directing you to it. Well, we managed to get 10 suddenly. And back to support. I'll say, Alex, hope you're doing well. I will queue when it says 30. But it is particularly funny when the duty is like, oh, no, you can't hurt that guy. And then you hit the other ones, it's like, oh, well, now you have to kill all of them quickly, while it just said you can't. Oh, boy. Well, at least Fern is here as well. So my general advice for this particular duty as a healer is that in phase 1, at the cost of damage, heal everyone. Like, whatever it takes. Try to prevent anyone from feeling like they have to use a potion. Ever. Because they're gonna need them for phase 2. It might seem like that, Nixitur, but remember that in Monster Hunter, 4-man is the norm. So it makes sense. Sorry. And this is the big reason why you just spam out everything you have in phase 1. Because the instant phase 2 begins, all of those healing cooldowns, all this MP I have is just worth nothing. In retrospect, I should probably have held the burst. Keep forgetting that. Oh, right. That doesn't work. Kinda ordered it badly. I don't think I could do anything. Remember to release. Oh, you already did it. That's the worst when he just decides to double down on one individual. There's just nothing you can do. Mishu, basically the only way for a shield to work is that it must be unrelated to healing done. So for instance, I don't know if you noticed just now, but me casting the Spire worked. But if a Scholar tried to use Adloquium, that would not work. Because the value of Adloquium is directly tied to how much healing is actually done. Man! Oh dear. Oh dear. Ugh. It's amazing how much this this Isuna button can do. People should use that more. If Exaltation was at this level, would it work? The healing would not. But the damage reduction would, because it's damage reduction. Celestial Intersection would not work because it'll heal for an amount and then duplicate, like double that for the shield. But if you heal 0, you heal 0. I imagine someone mentioned that directly already, but there's this really weird jank that if you are a sage and you use Yevcration Diagnosis on someone, they will get a basically 0 value shield, but they will still get a shield worth 0, remember? So when the character takes damage, you get an Adder Sting, I believe? Yes. But the shield doesn't do anything. Fern says, this tank got me into this 2 times today already. Such an oddly specific mechanic. Yes. And I agree, Necrofit. I feel like barriers in Final Fantasy XIV, just in general, feel extraordinarily janky, despite it being a mechanic from 2.0. Viper! Perfect thing to test on Mythbuster. Yeah, that could be. I'll queue when it says 30. The real fun part here when we like closing in on where I normally round up is that I'm just waiting for the extreme that takes an hour to appear, like 14 minutes before I'm planning to finish. But at the same time, I wouldn't mind getting like a duty that like happens to conveniently finish a little later. That's fine. But it would be weird to go an hour exactly over time because of that. Good luck, Raging Bull. Caitlin says, I just got everything from the event that I cared about. Fantastic! I haven't quite finished yet, but I also, like, the way I go about the Moogle Tombstone event is that I just go to the vendor and then just jot down every item I don't have. And then I just, like, make it a shopping list. And then, like, I, not really, but sorta, a little bit, schedule the whole way. Do you even care about other things in that fight? Not really. I'll say, Mia, hope you're doing well. Yeah, special mat. I have some of those. I usually do that if I have enough extra. But I usually don't. Oh, it's just regular Thugger's Talk. And Fern is here too. 360 no scope. Oh man, are you ready, guys? It's level 50 rotation. Yeah, the main benefit for the Sage in the Rathalos extreme fight to having a Toxicon is that it's decent if you have to run and gun. Which, like, I'm pretty sure that the gauge kind of fills based on you just doing GCDs, something like that. And it doesn't really matter how much damage you do, so them being mobile means you can just keep up the attack. Also, hey Oats, I know you've been in the chat for a bit, but I didn't say it earlier. Well, I hope you're doing well. Pew pew.
Finish.
Rejoice in the glory of combat! Boink. Boink. Rejoice in the glory of Wombat! Rejoice in the glory that is this baseball bat! Furnace the new Mustadio. Hey Flash Dave, hope you're doing well. Ravana would be nice at a barbecue party. Oh, absolutely. He's a cool dude. Ravana is a bro. It's just unfortunate that at this exact moment in the story, you're not on the same team. But he's a bro. Him and Susano, they're bros. They would be awesome at a barbecue. Whoops. Huh? Huh? How was that not fast enough? Do you think Ravana would taste like a lobster? That is a good question. This is gonna hurt more.
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
Rejoice in the glory of Golbat!
Unyielding of the earth!
Rejoice in the glory of Crowbar! Uh-oh. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. What genders, Ravana? Do primals have genders? Like I know like they have definitely like it's pretty clear that they lean in a specific direction most of the time, but do they actually have that? Like if we really are going to get down to the nitty-gritty, do they? Like, I don't know, I'm asking. Like, a part of where I'm coming from on this is the point that they don't need a gender. It'll depend on what their believers think. Yeah, actually, true. Yeah, exactly, Mia. That's also what I mean, is that most of them clearly swing at a specific direction in, like, how they are representing themselves in a way. But beyond that, I will queue when it says 500. I imagine, Sally... Yeah, you might be right on that. Oh boy. Dancer versus a guild test. Wah boom! I diagnose you with death. Get stand-up... Yeah, get standard step, nerds. Get boinked. Come on and boom! Wow, they lived. They barely lived. Nuclear baby versus coughing bomb. Yeah. Hey, David. Hope you're doing well. This is just evil. It's like a ranged physical in this duty already has the huge advantage of having an AoE attack, I think. For the most part. But not only that, Dance also has this. Yeah, the funny thing is, if you try to compare the AoE potential, even damage potential in general, of jobs at low level, I'll queue when it says 50, Dancer completely breaks everything, because it's like, suddenly you really need to care about how long is the fight, because low level fights are so short that the Dancer's DPS, like how impactful they are, just in general, is directly related to how long the fight is. If the fight is under like 20 seconds, or even 15 seconds, then standard step, just like most other jobs have no chance. It's like, yeah, you just prep that standard step, and then you get into combat, and then just... And then all the other jobs have to catch up. Even the ones that we would consider a little bit busted. Even the jobs that have a significant, like, potency advantage over Dancer in, like, Sastasha. If it's a single target fight, then Dancer, like, starts up here and, like, falls down until standard step comes up again and they go up again. While, like, I think Viper does, like 308 potency per GCD in Sastasha. Because they have the damage buff. And all of their attacks just do 280 baseline. Which is more than what Dancer does. But Dancer just does 800... I think it's 800 potency every 30 seconds. Well, 400 potency per GCD, but if it's the opener, it's just straight 800. Oh boy! This is the one where your healer might just die. Wait, we have an actual Lancer. Hmm. Hey Avi, hope you're doing well. Lancer ate their jobstone. Well, this is awkward. Just to really rub it in, I'm getting chain slept. We're all getting chain slept. And I got slept again. Riveting gameplay! I have Heat Blast in this duty. Da 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 da. Pew, 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 pew. Damage. Hey Zip Zap, hope you're doing well. Two whole hypercharges. Ah! We did it! And despite the amount of sleeps that went out, no one died. Let's do one more to get a nice 15. Dark Knight. Oat says, I wonder if the machinist in my static makes these sound effects in his head during our raids. Absolutely. Although every time I use Blazing Shot too many times in a row, I start to think about, I'll queue when it says 40, I start to think about the fact that you're spinning in place, and I start to imagine like a drilling sound as you're like just slowly like drilling down. Also, hey Mandalori, hope you're doing well. Exactly. Like drilling a little spot for yourself. Uh-oh. Is this the return of the Ramu Extreme? It's Fist of the Sun. Whee! Whee! Blep. Is Fist of the Sun the one with the, yeah, right, with the like, Mr. Hyde thing? The monkey, yeah. Hey, Axis, hope you're doing well. Ow. Ow. I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm going to die in this boss fight. And yeah, no, Necrophits, Ramu Extreme is fine. It's just more that I've seen Ramu Extreme so many times, so many times, that I think it was Void Hunter made a how long has it been since Ramu Extreme counter, and it pretty much reset to 0 almost every week. So here's the problem. Because I'm specifically Dark Knight, I can't just invuln it. Because I'll be stunned for too long, I'm pretty sure. But I survived! I live! Is Ramu EX the first one the game gives you? No, but it's the first one I believe that you'll randomly run into, if that makes sense. But Ifrit, I believe, is... No, I think... Isn't Garuda the first one you get? I'm pretty sure there's something about the extremes going in reverse or something like that. Technically, I believe Ultimate Weapon Extreme would be the very first one. Bird. Uh-oh. I didn't get to chunk it up, so I think I'm dead now. Oh, wait! The hero! The paladin used cover! And here, I was here suspecting that they were just slacking. They knew all along. They had my back all along. Uh-oh. When you just barely get swiped by the explosion. Nice. Axis says, I wasn't interested in extremes until recently because I finally got good internet. Great. Yeah, some people are just not interested in extremes, even if they have the technological necessities to do it. So, you know. Yeah, I think the reason why Ramu Extreme is so common is because I'm not 100% sure on it, but I'm pretty sure that it's just the first one where it's like you happen to be there and it's right there and it's a quest. Whereas the other ones, it's like the minstrel is slightly off the track or something. But specifically Ramu appears to be particularly common. Necrophyt's extremes are generally pretty fun. Yeah, like, the thing is, they have the correct difficulty. Is Ramu Extreme in the Waking Sands? That is weird. Mia, isn't that only the big three? Like Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda? I'm pretty sure it's not all of them that go in the order. Yeah, the big quote-unquote problem with extremes... I've talked about this before, but the problem with extremes isn't the difficulty of the extremes themselves. It's the problem that essentially, due to the perception that extremes are difficult and that you shouldn't queue for them, means that the better the player, the more likely, or rather the less likely it is that they will queue for an extreme in the first place. Which means... and... oh, that's awesome, Bronto! But if it just went live, then it would make sense. But it basically, it means that while in like a Realm Reborn content, the probability of meeting a player that is bad is like one value, right? The probability that you do a dungeon and like you queue for Mental Roulette, let's say, and you land in a level like level 50 or below duty, the probability that your tank is not using defensive cooldowns, or any cooldowns for that matter, is there. There's also the probability that's not what happens. The probability that you have a healer that just spams Cure 1 is there, but it's also possible you don't get one. And the probability that you have DPS that suck is there, but there's also the possibility you don't get them. But because a Realm Reborn extremes, and any extreme for that matter, has the perception that you shouldn't queue for them, like make a pre-made or just don't do them in the first place, means that the better the player, the less likely they will actually queue for such a duty for their first clear. They're more likely to just make a pre-made, maybe just skip it, come back to it later. Which means that there will be less of the players that are not bad, necessarily. And the players that, you know, are just cure spamming or not using defensive cooldowns or offensive cooldowns as a tanker at all, and the DPS are doing extremely weird things, these players are more likely to show up in extremes simply because their probability of appearing in the first place doesn't really decrease at the same rate as the good players, because the reason why that healer's spamming Cure 1, the reason why that tank is not using any defensive cooldowns, the reason why that DPS isn't playing very well, is because they don't look up anything on the game. And then multiplied with their intuitive skill at the game is lower. than some other players, which means that they would also be less likely to realize that even if they succeed the extremes, they might not realize that they maybe shouldn't queue for another one before they have, you know, maybe practiced a bit or maybe learned a little bit more. So basically what I'm trying to get at is that for the Realm Reborn extremes that you might get in Mental Roulette, there is a higher chance that you get the derps that have no idea what they're doing. You still manage, but it basically means that these extremes that are exactly the perfect difficulty, that you have some mentors and you have some sprouts and you just go in and you just, like, you'll get it done in a couple pulls and it'll be fun. Like, it suddenly swings because, yeah, you have a couple mentors. Sometimes one of those mentors are not particularly amazing themselves, that happens. And then some of your sprouts will be an ice mage or a cure bot, or the tank doesn't know how tank switching works when it happens to be necessary for some of those extremes. Some of them might not be reading chat at all whatsoever. They haven't needed to so far. Why would they start now? And it doesn't take very much. Some of you probably watched my my Mental Roulette video with the Chaos Agent, which was a paladin who played so badly that it would have been easier if they weren't there on Ramu Extreme. As in, it was so bad that it would have been better that we muscled through solo tanking it, which was perfectly possible with our team composition. Then have that person, and we somehow still made it. Caitlin says, how do you know when someone's a bot? Oh, let me clarify. The cure bot thing is a thing we call players that basically do dungeons by just, like, doing this. Like, instead of actually thinking about what you're doing, the healer just does this on the tank. And then, like, oh, we're moving on to the next pack. You just run over to the next pack, and then you just do this. You don't even use a region. You don't even use Cure 2 sometimes. Like, when they read about ones, they don't even use Cure 2. They just do this the whole dungeon. If someone else needs healing, it's probably pretty likely they'll do this. They might also do this. And they'll spam it. Even though they, like, if they're gonna spam it, they might as well, like, just use one cure 2 or 3 and then spam Cure 1. Or one cure, Medica 2 or 3 and then spam Medica 1. But that's why we call them cure bots, is because they're playing in such a simple degree that they might as well be a bot. Are the people who walk the entire dungeon bots too? You mean those that never use sprint? No, not necessarily. It's basically a term that originates from, like, calling a healer that just spam heals a lot. Like, I believe it was an add-on in WoW called Healbot that was pretty common to use. It wasn't an actual bot. It was an add-on that helped you heal better. Like, by making it easier for you, but it didn't actually play for you. And then, like, basically, if you're just spam healing for nothing, you're not even thinking, then you're basically a bot, right? Also, hey, silly Calvanist, hope you're doing well. And see, the thing is, I'm not even saying you have to be good at tank switching. It's just more the recognition that if someone says, you need to tank switch, then you at least try. Freezy says, had a pretty bad healer early in Oral Mail. 80% of casts were Cure 1 to keep me the tank at 100%. I remember... Funny story. I remember back in the Endwalker part of my Mental Roulette series that I had a healer in Al Sadal's Legacy that never attacked. And the thing is, back then, I didn't use like a wheel to choose my jobs or anything, so I would often be warrior when tanking because I found that easier. Which of course, like, I found it a little obnoxious that they were just spam healing for nothing. They didn't have to. Like, if I remember correctly, the way I went about it was that I asked them to try. It might have not been that dungeon, but that was like Endwalker dungeons where I was like, told the healer, try and just not heal me for this next pull. Like, just this next pull, just don't heal me. I won't be mad if I die. Just don't heal me and let me show you. And I specifically remember them saying, okay, and then still healing me. Oh wait, that was in that was actually in Lapis Manales that specific incident happened. Like a healer just mega spamming he spam healing me all the time, and then I was like, try and just not heal me for a pull. And they said okay, but then did it anyway. Like in a level 90 dungeon, which at the time was a max level dungeon, yeah. Jose Ilano, hope you're doing well. Freezy says, I really don't understand why Cure 1 still exists the way it does in Dawntrail. I'm not sure either. Also, hey Nox, hope you're doing well as well. I'm not sure. Basically, Freezy, my best explanation is that technically there are some really fringe scenarios in low-level content where it matters that you can choose to cast Cure 1 instead of Cure 2. And, you know, that the free cure exists and all that. And my guess is maybe the developers either A, recognize that, or B, consider that it is a possibility that that would be the case. And because they don't feel like they have the time and resources to go and check whether it would be a problem if they changed it in some way. They just don't. That is my best possible explanation. Exactly, Access. Basically, as far as I know, the possible situation where it would be a problem if you didn't have access to Cure 1 straight is like Coils of Bahamut synced. More likely if it's minimum item level. I think Zaf would know this better than me. And yeah, exactly, Redmaster. It's almost certainly that they're like, well, it isn't breaking anything. And there's also the part that, and this goes back to something that we were talking about a bit earlier, is that even if you quote-unquote fixed that wouldn't fix the quote-unquote cure bots. They would just spam Cure 2 instead. Like, they would just spam Cure 2 instead. Mia says, is there a way to transfer my UI in settings to an alt? I don't know if there is like a directly in the game feature like that, but if you go into like the file system where your game files are, like where you actually find your Final Fantasy XIV screenshots folder, go up one, there are the local files, which basically includes your UI. If you copy those files for your main, find out what the name of the files are for your alt. If you like paste them, but then like change the name of the file to like override the alt information, it might change the UI to your main. I don't know if the in-game character setting imports work like that because I've never used them, but they probably do work. So you could do that. That's probably better. Like, try the in-game features first. Like, there's an export thing, an import thing on the character select. Hey Silvana, hope you're doing well. Says, is it the only healer that has this type of trait? Astrologian has arguably a worse trait. Because consider this. If you are spamming Cure 1 with good reason, if you are spamming Cure 1 and you actually have a good reason to, it means that you have basically no MP left. Right? So it making your Cure 2 free sometimes is actually like the one thing you could possibly want it to do. Like that's the one thing you'd ever want it to do, is save your MP. That's the reason you're using Cure 1, right? Astrologian's Enhanced Benefic makes your next Benefic 2 an auto crit. But the chance of it is so small that it basically does nothing. I can't remember the exact calculation I used for it, but in a previous, in a video a while back, I came to the conclusion that even... Oh yeah, now I remember. Even if Enhanced Benefic had a 100% chance to proc, like every time you use Benefic 1, your next Benefic 2 is an auto crit. Even if that were true, it would still be better to just cast Benefic 2 twice. That's how bad Enhanced Benefic is. That's how bad it is. It's so bad that even if it was like basically like 10 times, well, 7 times better than it is right now, it would still suck. Freelancer's Astrologian might be aided by the fame of being more complex, so people who might pick it up might be more open to actually learning the job. Possibly, yeah. Oh, thank you, Ardell. That was pretty fast. Wow. But yeah, probably. But sometimes not even that helps, because you also meet scholars that spam Physic sometimes. The says maybe if they remove the traits while reworking the lower dungeons to fix AR gearing system would help that transition. Again, Sylvana, like let me put it like this. Astrologian is absolutely busted at level 50 among the healers. Like, it's actually ridiculous that it's allowed to be this good. So it doesn't matter whether it has Enhanced Benefic or not. Like, you might as well remove it. Like, you might as well remove it. The MP cost difference between Benefic 1 and 2 is also so small that you have to mega spam Benefic 2 before it becomes a problem. Astrologian has decent MP management at that level, relatively speaking, so that doesn't matter either. And about 3.5 hours, Crow. Hope you're doing well. But White Mage, as we were talking about, kinda might need Free Cure and Cure 1 to exist specifically for Coils of Bahamut. So it's not even like the super low-level dungeons. They don't care. It's specifically level 50 optional raid content. When it could be a problem if they removed Cure 1, or rather, made it so Cure 1 upgrades into Cure 2, or alternatively removed Free Cure, whatever. Like, if they changed that, that's the only place it would affect. And, past level 30, like, once you have Cure 2, you can just not use Cure 1, and then, like, it doesn't matter to you, which is probably part of the reason why a lot of players, or rather, probably the reason why they just look at it and go, well, it doesn't matter, does it? Right? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the thing is, the players going, they should remove Cure 1, already, and Free Cure already recognize that they should not be using these, so removing these buttons wouldn't do anything. Like, practically speaking, wouldn't do anything with these players. They would just be like, okay, great, now I don't need to ignore it. But the players that they're trying to say they should remove Cure 1 because there are players that are using Cure 1 wrong, which is over spamming it in low-level content and using it in high-level content. If Cure 1 was removed from their point of view, they would just use Cure 2 instead. So in a way, it could be argued that the problem is with healing design, just in general. We talked about this earlier in this stream as well, that part of the problem is that duties, especially casual targeting duties, have been made easy enough that if everyone knows what they're doing, the healer does not have to cast any healing spells, which then, knock-on effect, domino effect, leads to players expecting that you're attacking all the time. Freezy says, but if you use Cure 2, you're out of MP in like 20 seconds. I will say, Freezy, you're right, but most times where this has been suggested, like to remove Cure 1 and Free Cure, has usually been accompanied with and then lower Cure 2's MP cost a bit. Which was also what was said in this exact chat right here. So imagine that it costs the same as Benefic 2. Because that's probably what it would do. And you can spam it for a lot longer. And I would also add that I have met Cure 2 spammers. Or Medica spammers. And they will just spam that and then go, huh, I'm out of MP. Well, that's not good. And then just kind of stand there. Like, just taking in the madness that they don't have any MP left. And then when they have MP, they'll cast Medica again. And that might also be true, David, that the reason why people are not as bothered about using, like, caring to use Benefic 1 is because Benefic 2 is pretty cheap already. S-Talker says, as a Sprout Scholar, my impression is that I absolutely do need to heal, since some DPS try to face tank every avoidable damage. Yes, but that's exactly the point. I think I covered this in my tips for healers video. That turns out sometimes it's okay to cast a healing spell. Weird that. Also, I just remembered a bit ago, Brontome saying, just take the W, I think. Thank you for that. I mean, the key is, you know, some of the suggestions going, they should remove these things, boil down to players looking at people using tool wrong and going, if the tool didn't exist, then they wouldn't be doing it wrong. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And just for a second here, I know this is a little bit of like a sudden left turn. My best possible explanation as to why Thunderhead exists is because dots, for some reason, is something that most players recognize. I should maintain that. Which means that for a new player, should be relatively obvious that, oh, I should be using Thunder frequently to maintain that. I should be doing that. That's a good idea. And yes, it is. But to do that, you have to switch element every so often. What this might be trying to teach is that it tells a new player that the intended playstyle involves regularly switching element. That's how the job works. On top of that, as Thunder is straight up not spammable by this design, there is no longer the possibility, or there should no longer be a possibility that that you would see a Thunder Mage, which used to be a thing. It used to be a thing. Like, this used to be a thing, that sometimes you just see a Black Mage just spamming Thunder a lot. And if you ask them about it, they would almost certainly say, yeah, well, I like Thunder spells. Just like you'll see an Ice Mage go, well, I like Ice spells. You're not very likely to find a Fire Mage that only uses Fire spells. I think I've met one, but they have a tendency to snuff out really quickly. Shocker, right? But the thing is, even with this, basically like a huge sign just swinging straight into your face going, you should be switching element frequently, some players will just go, well, I like ice spells. What does this mean? That's not an ice spell. What are you gonna do? I'm just gonna keep casting ice spells. Which is my way of saying, even when the developers try to like, to basically whack you over the head with, this is how you're supposed to play the job, players will still miss it. Which basically means that the players that are saying they should remove free cure because people are using it wrong, don't realize that the players that they're trying to quote-unquote help with that might not even be using Cure 1 because of free cure. Also, hey Jonathan, hope you're doing well. Elbazan says, my solution to players being weird with their playstyle is to cry. Yeah. I'll say Dinky and Vic, hope you're doing well. Precisely, Redmaster. You can lead a horse to water thing. Exactly. I have a whole video on that too. Like, even having these changes be fixed so that you don't get directed to the wrong thing doesn't matter, because some players will not learn anyway. But that's not necessarily an argument for why you couldn't remove free cure. It's more an argument as to why, I'm guessing, the developers might not have put fixing free cure very high on their priority list. Because it's, as I said, the players it is annoying won't be happier when it's fixed. And the players that it would affect won't care. Giving players more opportunity to learn might still help. It might. Thank you, Erdel. It might. It might help. The thing is, the best we can do... The best that can be done is focus on the players that want to learn. And then just leave the rest to figure out what they want to do with their life. Part of the problem is, of course, that some of the players that don't want to learn pay just as good cash for the monthly subscription as those that do want to learn. So it can be difficult to make casual content hard enough that those that do want to learn feel rewarded for learning. So it is complicated. And my best guess, once again, is that there are many random things. Also, hey, Kane, you actually caught, like, the tail end where we have already finished, unfortunately. Also, hey, Scootaloo's and Sol, hope you're doing well. What was I saying? Right. A lot of the weird things with jobs, especially in low level, that are just left like that, is makes a lot better sense if, and I know this comes up a lot, there is that whole promised land that 8.0 will fix it all, right? If we assume just for a moment that that's actually what's going to happen in 8.0, then it makes perfect sense that they've just left those things to rot for so long, because they're like, there's too much. We basically need to, like, rip it all up and try again to fix this. And they look at that on all 4 healers, they look at it on all 4 tanks, they see it on all the mages, all the melee, and all the ranged, and they just go, we need to start over in some areas for all of them. And if that's true, if that's actually true, then, okay, I can see the logic. And me too, Sol. Also, hey, Lotus. Hope you're doing well. One argument in favor of removing Cure 1 is that this game has too much button bloat to keep buttons you optimally should never use. I'm looking at you, Fire, and Blizzard too. Your point about button bloat, fully agree. There are definitely points where they could optimize a little bit. Enjoy your ladder pickup, Joshua. There is definitely a point to be made that that some buttons could be consolidated together in some ways or another. Case in point, when they... Kate, and I'll get back to that in a second. When they revealed this whole feature where you could toggle that certain buttons would just turn into the next button automatically, I got the impression that they would use this much more widely. For instance, check this out. You know how much you know how many buttons Black Mage could save by having such a feature? Fire 4 and Blizzard 4 are never available simultaneously. There is no time in the Black Mage rotation where both buttons are usable. Why are they not just one button? The same applies for Freeze and Flare. Why are they not just one button? Technically, the same applies for Umbral Soul and Despair. They could also just be one button. Why are they not? There's no need for them to be different buttons. Does Scathe even have a use? People use it in deep dungeons sometimes. But you make a good point. Scathe could probably upgrade into one of the polyglot buttons as you level up, or something like that. Or you could make it so that, hypothetically, that Blizzard 1 and Fire 2 just upgrade into Blizzard 4 and Fire 4 or something. And then you could have a separate, and you just have Scathe turn into Paradox when you have a Paradox marker. And you could do that too. Like, there's a lot of places where you could just have, like, buttons squished together and you didn't need as many buttons. Now, to your question about Blizzard 2 and Fire 2, Caitlin, I sort of explain this in my Black Mage guide as you get the actions. So, like, if you want the detailed explanation, you would have to watch that, probably. However, arguably, the maybe intended rotation AoE rotation for Black Mage is something like this. Is my guess. Like the filler rotation is something like this. And then you go back to ice. And then you go back to fire and go again. Now, the problem is that Fire 2 and Blizzard 2, and also the later High Blizzard 2 and High Fire 2, are so weak. Like, statistically, their potency is so low that at level 50, genuinely, and you just keep in mind, I have Umbral Hearts, I shouldn't have those at this level, at level 50. At level 50, it would be better to just do this. And then transpose and then freeze again. And then slow cast a fire, yes. And then you flare again. And then you transpose and you freeze again. You basically just go shh, and then you reload and then shh, like over and over again. That is optimal AoE damage at level 50. And it gets even sillier at level 40, where legitimately doing this while maintaining your dot is optimal. And the only reason you have to switch into fire is so that you can get another thunder dot, like that you can reapply it. Kane says, but at level 100, how could you use double flare and AoE without using high fire and Blizzard 2? I'm getting to that, Kane. Now, at level 60, where you have Umbral Souls and Freeze gives Umbral Souls, this is what optimal AoE rotation looks like. Again, you do the Freeze. You might do this. You probably will still, but you will do this instead. Double flare, and then once again, transpose, reload, freeze, slow cast the fire, and pay attention, Kane. Wow, I still could afford it. Weird that. And we cast freeze again. And the reason why you cast a fire is simply because you have so few good spells in ice that it's better to make the next flare stronger in this level range. Once you hit level 80 and have instant foul casts, it's going to look a little bit more like this. From the ice state, you go freeze, instant spell, transpose, and you cast flare. And flare again, and then you just transpose again, and freeze. And cast an instant spell, and then you just spam transpose until you can, and you go back, flare, flare again. And yes, it will clip, but it is, again, Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 suck so much that this is somehow still better. Despite this, it is somehow still better. When you use, like, if you have ley lines, it sometimes comes up that, like, your rotation goes so fast that it is actually okay. It's like, use Blizzard 2, because you'd have to wait a whole extra GCD to get things going. The same for High Fire 2, and sometimes people will prefer to use Blizzard 2 and Fire 2 in low levels because they hate the long cast on Fire 2, which, again, understandable, but again, these spells suck so much that it is better to not use them most of the time. And it, of course, all culminates at level 100, where your rotation then, like, turns into this. Where, again, you do freeze, some instant spell, transpose, and you cast flare twice, and you cast flare star, and if you don't have an instant to use, you just transpose straight, and then you like freeze and then instant spell. And if you genuinely don't have any instants to follow up after freeze, you could just paradox. And if there's enough AoE targets, like if there's a significant amount of AoE targets, then again, if it's like, if it really comes to it, it is better to just cast a slow Fire 2 most of the time. Because Blizzard 2 and Fire 2 suck so much. Granted, the difference between casting Blizzard 2 and like including both Blizzard 2 and Fire 2 when that happens is very small relative to like casting the slow, mildly cold Fire 2 at high levels. But what is optimal is, you know, like math. Like, this gives you the most damage. Boom, jams. But yeah, this is like, if you've ever heard anyone talk about transpose flare rotations, transpose flare is when you do exactly this stuff, where you just skip Blizzard and Fire 2 entirely. Just completely freeze them out with a freeze. And speaking of how bad Scathe is, I've mentioned this one before, I think. Casting Scathe 5 times in a row, and them all proccing the double damage, would be 1000 potency. What I'm going to show you now is 1620 potency, and also 5 GZDs. Fire Paradox, Fire 3, Ice Paradox, Umbral Soul, Transpose, Fire Paradox. Actually, it's a little bit less than 1600 potency, but it is a lot better than casting Scathe. Which means the moment you hit level 90, Scathe is so weak that the main thing it is good at, it isn't good at anymore. Which is why, I can't remember who said it, but someone said, does Scathe even have a use? And the only thing I said was, well, it has a use in deep dungeons, is because Palace of the Dead sometimes uses Scathe. And also what Kane said. The thing is, Caitlin, even with you now knowing what quote-unquote is optimal, most players will not say anything if you like... If you just play your Black Mage rotation like this instead. Like at level 60, for instance, where you just have the 2 flares. If you just do this, like Blizzard 2... freeze, Fire 2, and then just straight to flare. And just don't waste time on the setup spell. Fire 2 is basically like Fire 3. You don't want to spam it. If you do that, then basically no one is going to care. The difference is so small that them wasting time complaining about it will waste more time than you possibly could waste by doing it. And a lot of the time, Black Mage is such a weird job that sometimes the Black Mage might be doing it for a good reason. Like, there might be something you don't know. So they will just not question it. But they will question it if you just start spamming ice spells constantly. I think what Caitlin meant was the dot. But yeah, just I believe this came from the point of originally of someone saying that Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 has no purpose because they're bad. The funny thing is, those can be salvaged. They just need a potency buff, maybe a little something else. Like, there could be something else, but they can be salvaged. They have a purpose, it's just that they are bad at it. Scathe also has a purpose, but it's a purpose that is weird on Black Mage, so I feel like it would make more sense to do something else. Like, just don't... Like, do something else. Black Mage doesn't need that option, necessarily. Do something else. But Fire 2 and Blizzard 2... they should be salvageable. Oh, you meant on Ninja? Yeah, right. Yeah, that one, Caitlin, is Doton is a... Like, I've talked about that in my Mental Roulette series a bunch. That the problem is that single target Doton, as it is known as, STD, is extremely obvious. Like, it's very, very obvious when you do it. So, and basically every person that is the kind of player that has this, like, desire to tell other people how to play, know that it's bad. So they basically go, yes, freebie! Now I can teach someone and be helpful when they see it. But the funny thing is that they won't notice any other mistakes you make. They might not notice if you don't use trick attack. So you basically ran face first into the specific problem that players notice. Kane says, is it ever a game to use Paradox and Ice during AoE, say in a dungeon? Paradox is 540 potency. So, roughly speaking, like just a simple example is... Freeze will beat it on 5 targets. Like, just casting Freeze again will beat it on 5 targets. Considering that casting Freeze again will clip your GCD when you transpose, means that you'd probably need 6 targets for that to be worth it. And by the time there are 6 targets, High Thunder 2 also beats Paradox on just straight potency. Which means if there's 6 targets, there's no reason to use Freeze twice. Better to just use High Thunder 2. A much more complicated calculation is High Fire 2. If you cast High Fire 2 on a... from Umbral Ice 1, then High Fire 2 will take, 3.1 seconds to cast, which slows you down substantially, but the potency gained is from the flare you cast doing more damage, which means that it's a lot harder to calculate. You basically, to figure out whether High Fire 2 is better to cast after Freeze if you have nothing else, you basically have to, like, write out the entire sequence of spells you would cast, like the whole line, as we say, and then write the alternative line, like the one where you don't use High Fire 2, and then see how long A takes versus B, and then calculate the whole potency value, which means that it's very complicated whether High Fire 2 is worth it, and I believe it beats casting Freeze twice. Like, cast Freeze once, and then High Fire 2 will be better than casting Freeze twice, but, High Thunder 2 will beat that too, most of the time, so that's not particularly impressive. But it is, like, somewhere around the 6-7 target count, around 6, where Paradox is not worth casting. But let's say that there are 6 targets, but one of them has significantly more HP than the rest, then it is probably better to use Paradox on that one guy than using High Thunder 2 again, like the dot is already there, on all of them. Like, it's really, like, a complicated conversation. Soul says, do Black Mage mains like the fact that you can do the flare optimization stuff? Yes and no. Nox says, what was the level range where spamming Freeze was optimal on AoE? From you unlocking Freeze to the very moment where you get Flare. Basically, Freeze beats both Blizzard 2 and Fire 2, but does not beat Flare. So level 40 to 49. So your question, Soul, the reason why it's yes and no is because the hardcore Black Mage mains want the job to be complicated. They want the job to have these wacky transpose lines, as it is called. They want that. But many of them don't want it to be too easy. Like, a transpose line is nice and all, but if it's basically free, then it doesn't feel that exciting to them. And transpose flare, for some, seem like too much of an easy goal, like a too easy win. And yeah, indeed, the fact that it basically makes Blizzard 2 and Fire 2 pointless is not very liked. Hey Isaac, hope you're doing well. Kane says it's safe to say the 5 or less ice paradox is not a bad option. Correct. The main reason why you might not want to do that, basically, Kane, is that a lot of AoE pulls don't last that long. So if your first blank, as it is called, in the transpose flare rotation, you basically like, you go, and yeah, thank you, Isaac. Whenever you cast freeze, the next that follows is called a blank. Then you cast flare, and flare start higher levels. After that is a different blank, basically the optional blank. In the freeze section, you need a blank because freeze alone does not run the whole cooldown of transpose. But flare star does run the whole cooldown of transpose. So you can just transpose after flare star. You could even transpose after just a double flare if you wanted at lower levels. But you don't have two thingies in the freeze section. So you need to combine freeze with something else to make it work. But because AoE fights usually don't take that long, if you have 3 polyglots, then your first blank could be Thunder, so you have, your dot running from the very start. Then your second blank can be Foul, your third blank can also be Foul, and your fourth blank can almost certainly also be Foul. And by that point, if you started with 3 polyglots, if the fight is still ongoing, you first of all probably need to reapply Thunder if it's not ending soon. But second of all, you probably have a 4th polyglot by now. So the logic being that if you have enough polyglots that every single one of your blanks could be Foul, and you have enough fouls that you can do both the required blanks after freeze and the optional blanks after flare star, then why would you use Paradox? Because, just for comparison's sake, Foul on 2 targets is 1050 potency. So if you can use Foul for your blank instead of Paradox, then it basically allows you to connect more damage to the enemy's face faster, which is the whole point of transpose lines. It's the whole reason why we skip Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 in the first place, is because they don't connect damage to the enemy's face very fast. But Flare does. And Foul does that even better. Like, Foul does even more damage, I believe? Yes. Caitlin says I still use dots on my healers when I'm running. You should. Good. I couldn't keep up, but they know this is some clever stuff. See, the thing is, many of these Black Mage optimizations I have in a video on the channel called something like the Wacky World of Black Mage optimization. Or Wacky World of Non-Standard Black Mage. And I'm not kidding. There is a whole section in the video where, as I'm explaining a way to do a specific kind of optimization, at level 50, I just have like a whole blob of text appear on the screen with more information on it, because there was so much to say about it that I was like, this completely derails the conversation, but some people would be interested, so I'll just put it here. And that's just for level 50. Like, it's optimization specifically for level 50, maybe up to like 57 or 59. And that's, again, that's single target stuff. Like, Black Mage is bananas sometimes. Absolutely ridiculous. And it still is, despite all the simplification. Caitlin says, someone told me not to use dots while I run, just to give context. Once you reach the level where you have a spammable AoE, So 46 on healers. On Scholar and Sage, there's a specific target count where it would actually be better to just spam your AoE attack instead. On Astrologian, there's equally a specific target count where it would be smarter to use light speed and just spam gravity instead. On White Mage, there's nothing you can do because you don't want to holy mobs while the tank is pulling them. That's not very cool. Yeah, I think I basically went to answer exactly what Oates asked there. And see, the funny thing is, Fila, a lot of this complexity on Black Mage isn't that bad once you actually learn it. Like, it's not that bad. But yeah, if you would rather play healer, I'll say it is more complicated than healer rotations most of the time. But yeah, now that we've both had 15 mental roulettes and a huge sidetrack about removing actions that are pointless in Final Fantasy XIV and a lecture on how to optimize Black Mage, I feel like this stream is pretty complete. Oh yeah, the good old triple flare. You can still do that. The main reason why people don't do that anymore, I think, is because it's really weird when you have 1.5 flare stars. Like, that feels awkward. But, yeah. If you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and like other people enjoyed as well. So, thank you so much in advance. Sally says, don't MP pods and stat pods share a cooldown? Yes, but you don't really use burst potions in dungeons. If you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-Fi link right there in the chat from Aradel. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thanks so much for the support. But that'll be it from me tonight, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!